It's loading, but it's not going to take long.
Okay.
Oh no, exactly today it's taking long.
Okay, no, it's not a problem. I think it's when you share the screen, it takes more longer than usual. I say. I will
For
say.
some reason. Maybe I should load first and after that share the screen.
This time we need to wait for it.
Okay, because it was real quick yesterday.
Yes, the problem is
Okay,
I think is share screen is
see?
bogus on Teams.
See how it happens? Can you see?
Yes, yes.
Yes, and if, for example, if I do HTML raw, it still shows image there. But I don't need image here, right? I need just the some text.
Okay, you mean that when you want to show the just the initial content, you don't want to show like the text or you're not in the post. You are just looking at the title, right?
Title is here, right? But here we should start showing the beginning of text.
Just the beginning of the content, the beginning of the text.
Yeah, but here,
So
for example, there is image goes first and it displays this.
yes, because you add the image, it displays that as a.
Okay, I didn't understand how to display just text but avoid image because, okay, for example, if I say just cut all the HTML tags, okay, it cuts everything together with text inside. If I say don't cut paragraph, it doesn't cut, it displays this image. It thinks it's text and that's it.
Okay.
I think because you put it as a tag right there, the image.
Yes. The
It
thing
should
is.
be handled by the editor, I think, right?
Editor did it for me.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
I will give you I will give you a part of code which is an helper that will help you to do that. What in essence is doing my helper for your case is we're going to use like there is a library called HTML Agility Pack that manage like HTML content for .NET projects. And from that HTML agility package, you can just read HTML directly, pass the content of the HTML, read it directly, and then you can do an inner text. So with the inner text, you just strip all the HTML that you don't like to show. I will just copy that HTML extension for everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, I will put it in the post because I just forgot to put it. I think I thought that I meant to share just the aspects that I just talked and in the last session. But okay, I will share to you that code, so it will be easier for you to make it work.
So, since we are speaking about this, actually, I got confused how to implement the editor. So right now, I didn't implement it even. So can you just explain it again and share the code? I don't know. For me, it
Yes,
was
yes.
I got confused.
Okay, about the editor. Okay, just let
Yeah,
me a
please.
second to open my. But first, I will share the code. Are you able to see the code that I just shared in the post?
Yes.
And then you need to add. I will just look at my NuGet packages. You need to add the HTML agility pack. I will give you the name just to add in the NuGet packages. Just a
Can you
moment.
please show us all this where we have to implemented, let's say the editor, and if we will implement all
Okay,
this,
okay,
can you
I
just
will
show us where we have to implement it, like as an example?
Okay, so so in here, first, in order to make that part work, like in the index page, which is the first page in your application, I will say when you launch to the first page in the application, it's going to be the index, and in the index, what I implemented just to show every single post was an HTML helper that says strip HTML. So strip HTML, we pass the content of our blog, okay? And then I just show the first 200 characters of our blog. But it's only the strings, the characters. It's not the images or any HTML markup that you are able to see from that blog. So how did I build this strip HTML extension helper? I create folder helpers, and in that folder helpers, I create the class HTML extensions. You can name it any name. Is not like static, but I prefer just to put it HTML extensions because it's actually an HTML extension that I'm doing. So from here, I just create this method, an static method. Always when you define an HTML extension, it has to be an static method. And then it takes the content that I pass in the parameter. And in the content here, I'm able to load the HTML with this sentence, with this code, with this line of code. First, I need to instantiate the HTML document from Agility Pack. Then there is a method load HTML that loads the content into this object. And then I check, okay, if the limit is greater than 0, and if the inner text is longer than the limit that I'm trying to just strip the HTML. So in that case, I will create an string with the inner text, but just limiting until the number of characters that I define in the limit. So in our case, I passed 200 characters. So I just showed the first 200 characters to in the list of posts, and then at the end I'm putting 3 dots just to show that the content was like cut in the middle. So I just showed 3 dots, and then I just here I just retrieve the content. But if it's not the case, let's say that the content is less than 200 characters, I will just return this. So only okay, here the content itself, I retrieve the content itself. It has to be, instead I could just retrieve this HTML document node inner text directly, because it will retrieve also with images. This is an error. I will need to retrieve the content like this. So in any time when I strip the HTML, how I am doing it is just using this object HTML document that represents my HTML document, and there is this document node is the HTML document, HTML tag, and then inner text is all the text inside my HTML document. So that is going to strip any markup from the HTML, and it will show just text instead of HTML. Do you have any questions about this strip HTML?
Actually, the things that this things, it's very confusing.
Okay, it's very confused.
Like even using at for me, let's say I build like most of the let's say assignment, but still there I'm using normal tags, let's say, with let's say applying some classes to design it. But
Yes.
using this at HTML things, I'm still find it weird. I don't
Yes.
know what is the best way to, let's say, grasp this, because I found it
Okay, grasp
very
this concept. I will say you just need to. Okay, if I go back to the index HTML, we know that we are showing all the posts as a table, and we are showing one by one. That we understand that we can show that. This is like, okay, you create a sort of method instead of just showing the whole content, you just show a part of the content. So the only problem with this add HTML, because we can use it directly into our views, is that this allow us to just do something else with the content. So I give the full content as HTML, and it returns to me only the 200 first character in that content. The, so that and it removes all the HTML inside. It's not something that, okay. The thing is that we may get used to use like external libraries from other from other people, and only know that this method will give us something. So in this case, if you pass a parameter, in this case 2 parameters, you need to know, okay, what is actually returning to me? It only returns like a string, a string, a strip HTML string with the 200 first characters in it. That's it. And then you just need to use it. If you don't understand exactly how it works here inside this HTML helper, it's not a problem. You may understand it later, but the only thing is that we need to know, okay, what this actually does instead of how this is done. So this is the thing I will say is the most difficult part, I will say, for anyone when you are a beginner, that okay, maybe you find like a very complicated code or things that, okay, this I don't know how it's done, but sometimes you need to rely on what others did in the past. And for that, you just need to know, for instance, now what is actually doing just in words, like, okay, stripping HTML and giving just the content cut until a limit, and that's it. And then when you will have just more experience working with the with this kind of libraries like HTML agility pack, or even using other extensions, HTML extensions. In that case, so okay, I know how to play with this, but at the beginning you just need to rely on methods and just know what actually is returned from those methods. I don't know if you understand
okay.
that
So
part.
I need the package to install for this.
Yes, you need the package first. To make it work, this extension, you need to add in the NuGet package, let's say manage NuGet package. You need to install this library, HTML agility pack.net 45. So you install it. I
Okay.
put the version 2.0.20,
Mhm.
2.0.20. So you install just this version, and this is going to just work with that. If you create the extension, let's say the folder helpers, and inside you put the class HTML extensions and put this method, then you should be able to use it inside your view by just the actual library, so blog helpers, because I put it inside the helpers folder. So it creates like a namespace, in my case, blog.helpers. In your case, should be like assignment1.helpers, I will say, and you just use it directly. So you use HTML dot, and it's going to appear the method you just defined inside this this class.
So can you share this this
The
extension?
the HTML extensions? Yes,
Yeah.
I share. I will share
And
the whole the whole
okay,
class. Yes, I will share the whole class for you.
okay.
I put it in the conversation in the here, but paste. So it's in the post. You can see public static class HTML extensions, and you just need to add. I will share to you also uh, what is the NuGet package that you need to install. Is HTML Agility Pack Net 4.5. HTML Agility Pack Net 5. Install NuGet package HTML
Uh,
Agility Pack.net net 4.5. So
okay. So now my question, if
yes,
I want to apply, let's say, any style,
yes.
where I have to apply it? Because now I have this element, let's say,
Uh-huh.
so it's for me. This is also
Yes.
uh,
Uh,
let's say here I want to this is at the end, it's content. I want
yes,
to
it's the index view. Yes.
whatever change many things there in this, in the style of this content. So how I can apply the style here?
Yes. How you maybe you want to let's say did like a div or something and put some style in it. So class something like that, or
Oh,
referentiate the classes, or what actually you want to do.
okay.
Yes, you in here you want to know how to apply the styles. Let's say you want to create a custom CSS because you want to do your own HTML for that, right? If you want to do your own HTML, the CSS you need to referentiate somewhere, but you can see that here there is no CSS referentiate. So every single view inside your application in this case is is using a template. In this case it's our layout CHTML view. In this case is this one. So if you want to add any CSS, any particular CSS, it should be here. You need to add the CSS here. You can just add it manually like this: link, rel, style sheet, href, and this. I just put this CSS inside the application, but you can also define inside the what is it's
But here, if I define it, and it will be applied for everything. For example, okay, it will be applied to certain classes, but
yes,
if there is any things like there is another same name of the class in other, let's say, file, it will be
yes.
applied there also there, because so it's somehow, it's, I don't know if it's the best way to apply.
Yes, let's say that in this case, when you see that content CSS by default is like, okay, looking at this content folder and is just applying this site CSS. The site CSS, you have all the custom CSS defined here, but maybe you want to apply another CSS file, right? You want to apply another CSS, but you don't want to apply it
Exactly.
for all the views. So you might create a section for that. So if I create, let's say in this layout, I create copy, I will create here like another section and we'll name it custom CSS, something like that. not require false. So in that case, if I want to just use it in the index HTML, let's say, you may define like section and then custom CSS, and then define inside the the reference, let's say, for the reference for the other for the other style sheet.
Okay, clear.
Yes, so you can customize it like that if you want to just use it for that particular view. But for us, it's like, okay, maybe we put everything inside only the site CSS, and because it's going to be applied for the whole all the pages, it's not that uh, harm, but you can define it as that, so you can customize even more in your application. So
can you show us again the editor, how to implement
the index,
the editor?
okay, the editor.
How we can implement it?
Okay, so maybe from this project I will show you the editor. The editor has to be in our let's say create. Okay. The only the way to make it work, the editor, as I mentioned, you know that in your layout you define the section scripts, the script section. Okay. So inside the script section, you may need to add these scripts in order to make work the editor. But something is here that maybe you miss is that here you add the support for the Summer Node. This is from the Summer Node website or the CDN of the Summer Node. You have all the support of the JavaScript for the editor, but I add like a JavaScript. Here you see bundles script custom editor. This bundles script custom editor, I define it inside inside this file. There is a file called bundle config here, bundle config, and I define this bundle. You can add as many JavaScripts inside, but this is only for one script. I could easily like just referentiate directly the script custom editor.js instead of creating a bundle. But in this in this project, I create a bundle. So the bundle, when I referentiate in the view, at the end, when it renders, it will render with scripts / script custom editor.js. So it's going to render the reference of the JavaScript. So here I just create the bundle, and in the index in the create HTML, I just referentiate that bundle scripts.render, and I put the bundle inside of it. So when it will render the script custom editor.js, because you need this script custom editor to make work the editor, because this script custom editor will initialize the editor. If we go see in scripts I expand here you see a script custom editor.js. If I double click here, this code, what does sorry, oh, with this code, what does exactly is when the page is loaded, so document is ready in jQuery, okay? When the page is loaded, go check the text area that has the class text area editor in it, and apply the JavaScript Summer node to it with the parameters to apply the editor for me. So you have a height of 300, and the editor by default, when you load the page, it has to be like the focus, it has to be inside the editor.
So can you please, let's say, if you create a document, because it's very confusing actually.
Okay.
Because I think we have to apply it to name a class for the text editor first of all as a text
yes.
area editor, right? So the
Yes.
class name of the text area, it should be text area editor.
Okay.
No,
No,
or
you don't need that.
okay.
I will explain to you. Maybe you are not
If you can create like just a
from
notepad,
scratch.
a
From
notepad
scratch.
that just the steps with the code. Let's say we have to add this script in
Okay.
this because it's
Yes, it's a little
confusing
bit
actually.
confusing,
It's
but I
it's
provide for you the project for the I provide for you the project, but okay, I can just explain. So at the very beginning, you need to let's say have this. You may have the script custom editor already in your project. So uh, okay, implement editor in a view, let's say. Okay. The first thing that we need to have is inside the view, create a text area like this. So I will create this text area, which is inside create. This text area for, let's say, text area like this. Okay. Inside the view, create a text area like this, HTML text area 4. Second, add the support for the editor by adding the JS to the view. So in here, you need to define this. Okay, jQuery val is not just I leave it there, but you know that it's not related to the editor. Only these three are related to the editor. Okay, but it's
okay.
necessary in our case for our use just to add this bundle jQuery val. This is one part, and then 3, verify that the bundle for the editor exists inside um, inside bundle config. Inside bundle config GS. No, CS, sorry. So here, if you go bundle config, you go here inside register bundles method, add the following bundle. Nope. This one. So, for also verify if the script, the GS for the editor is inside the folder, or maybe instead of verify, add the GS for the editor inside the scripts folder. So you just need to have like so you need inside the scripts folder, you need to add the script custom editor GS that you may have in the other project. So this is all the steps that you need to do in order to make work the editor. Is that clear?
Just last one. We
Yes.
already add the bundle. This is where we have to add it.
No, yes, the bundle, I just mentioned before the third step, I just putting that you need to verify that this is present in your code.
Yeah.
And in the last one, just to verify that the GS for the editor is inside the script folder. So you need to verify that script custom editor you added into this script folder.
So it's added automatically.
It's not added automatically. You need to add it. Maybe if I can put add the bundle, add the GS. You wanted to make it like add the bundle for the editor, or add the GS for the editor. Is that clear in this case? Yes. So I will copy these steps.
Just so this is last one that this file there. It's where that's file script custom editor.
This script custom editor, I share to you the editor, an example of the editor. If you want to know what is the content of the script custom editor, I can just copy the content if you want it. If you want to. Oh, sorry. Okay. I can copy just the content, script custom editor, yes. Let's say script custom editor, copy this and paste this. So you have the content. If you don't have let's say you don't have the other project, you can just do these steps and it should work.
Okay.
So I will copy this in your in the post. So I will make like new conversation and there. So here I mentioned everything here. Implement editor in a view. Inside the view, create a text area like this. Then add the support for the editor by adding the yes to the view. Then add the bundle for the editor inside bundle config. Inside the register bundles method, you put this. Then add the GS for the editor inside the scripts folder. And then if you don't have the editor, the content of the script custom editor GS is this.
Okay.
Okay. Any other question that you may ask?
There is one question actually. I try to format the time and date or the date. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I apply it in the data annotation, this will apply just for edit mode, but still showing there in the, let's say, in the view, it's the old format.
Okay.
So what is the best way to apply it also everywhere? You see in the blog, we are showing even the date. Let's say under the post, we're showing that this is post by X on the date. Yeah.
Yes.
So when I apply the format for the date just in the data annotation as a data annotation, it's applied just inside the form. Let's say when you post, when you, let's say, create a post, yeah.
Yes.
And when you show, when you see that post inside the, let's say, admin view, yeah, which is the scaffolding things.
Yes.
But when I'm trying to let's say I'm showing the dates and time in the, let's say, post itself, it's showing the old format, not the formatted one.
Okay.
But here I'm using normal tags. I'm not using this.
Yes. Yes. I understand. So The thing is that, yes, I have also that problem, and I just like my workaround for that will be just to print it directly as a string in the view. And in the view I just put like to short day string, let's say. So it's like formatting directly in the view.
Okay, so this will give you, this method will give you that format, what
Yes,
you have.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes, yes. So to short date string, and so it's
Okay.
just instead of just rendering directly the daytime, you just rendering the string formatted, the formatted string directly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And last question. I want to know, let's say now since I focus on the functionality more
Yeah.
the design, so that
Mhm.
my design is not it's functional somehow. But
Yes.
I didn't let's say here I saw you using table all the time. Is it any issue to you not use a table, let's say, and format it as maybe kind of divs or something?
Okay.
What the difference?
For me, choose whatever you want in your views, as long as an HTML is like
Okay.
okay. For me, it's not a problem. You can
Oh,
do your own CSS. You
okay.
can use other kind of HTML structure. It's not a problem.
So, and this is another thing. If there is any harm to, let's say, not use this a lot and use like regular HTML tags with some styles,
It's not a
with,
problem.
with,
Okay.
without
You mean
with,
the
without using at HTML things and
okay. Yes, the only problem with that is that if you want to retrieve the information from the model, you must use this HTML, or maybe you use directly like this one, add item dot create on. If you use like this, like add item, something like that, it's not a problem for me either.
yeah, because I let's say here, let's say I'm using the same for each, and then I'm saying, let's say, if I will put, let's say, the date, some or the name, I would say the at item dot let's say name, and then
Mhm.
format it whatever. Yeah.
For me it's okay. If you don't use like add HTML, as long as functional and you have everything inside, the only thing that you might need to use it is when you are displaying the headers. Let's say here if you have the headers, so
Why I need it, let's say, even for the headers? I can put it,
headers in the
let's say,
blog.
I
I think
kind
I
of
think this headers is
head.
when you're trying to do the maintenance for the if you're trying to do the maintenance of the post, you show like a grid, okay, and you need like headers indicating, okay, this is the title, this is the content, and so on.
Yeah, exactly. So I can put
So
why I not cannot put it as a, let's say,
uh,
H2 or
put like
3.
this, put like this title. You
No. Inside H3 or H2 or whatever I want as a
yes,
heading,
yes, yes,
and
yes.
let's say formatted whatever I want, and that's it.
Uh-huh. Yes,
This
not
is
it's
the
not a
thing.
problem for me. No, it's okay for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that the last things actually, it's I was struggling with that. It's what is the best way to, let's say, catch the login user. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So
That's
first of all, you show us to add that full name. Yeah.
uh-huh.
I added, but I didn't apply your helper user helper actually.
Okay, okay,
I
okay.
did it without that class. I didn't create it there. I catch it what I needed actually
Uh-huh.
there.
Uh-huh.
And so this is one thing. And I think what you show us, it's need also to add you show us a few steps. I think
Yes.
there is one steps missing. This
Yes.
is just
Yes.
this is just for the record of if somebody is struggling, because there is one step missing. You have to add it somewhere else also, that
Yes.
class you created.
Yes. Yes. So
You
I will
have to
show
add it in
you.
registration view models.
Yes. I will show you that. You will get the idea where to add it and everything, because you need to somehow present the field to put the information in it, because I only share the part where you add it into the database. So the change actually is done in the database, but you may need to put the information or the full name somehow, and where is the place is in a view model that is defined for the that is defined in the project. I will show you and here if I go um, user full name, no, it's going to be view solution explorer. It's going to be identity models. This full name, I just mentioned this, but it has to be actually inside account controller. Okay, account controller has the register method. Yes, and then you have register view model.
Yeah,
And you
exactly.
need to add register view model.
Yeah,
Here you
exactly.
need to
Yeah.
add this, because if you add this in the user interface, when you launch the application and want to do the registration, let's say register, is going to be the full name inside here. So you should be able to put the full name inside. So in order to make appear this full name, you need to add in your view model, register view model, this field, and also inside the account register CHTML, you need to put the full name, this part, just above the email. So you need to add the full name in register view model, then add this code inside the register CHTML,
Yeah.
and then modify the account controller to pass the full name into the user, which is application user. With all those three changes, you might be able to just have that information inside the application user. And from that part, you already have it everywhere in your application. So when you have that, you will have it everything in your application. So you should be able to go to your controller. Let's say in my case, post controller, and here when you create a new post, which is create post view model in my case, when you create a new post, you should be able to get the username. Here I create a helper, but you might be able to have like the table users, you have the identity itself, so you might be able to find, okay, users were uh, uh, yes, with the user email that you have actually now. Let's say you are logged into the application and you want to do a post, so you might be able to do user dot identity dot name. So which is user identity dot name is your email address. So in here, what I'm doing is just requesting the database or asking the database for the name, the full name of a particular email address. So I just retrieve with my email, I retrieve the full name, and then in my controller, not this controller, in this controller, I should be able to fulfill my data here, user full name, just by retrieving the full name from my users table, having our identity my actually identity in this case. So you get the idea that you can retrieve the full name by having the identity that is the current identity of your user, and then retrieving from the database the full name and put it in your post, and that's
Okay.
it.
Okay. Here I have extra question actually.
Yes. Yes.
The create for the post. Let's say
Yes.
I use the scaffolding one.
Yes.
Okay, but it's not. I found it. There is. This is you create it in the same way, or you create the creation. So you create it, or you create it automatically, because I have an issue with that. If I did the bind for less, let's say column, it will give like error. It will not, let's say, work like what you did here.
Okay, as you can see, this part is like from the scaffolding. You see action result index db post. This
Okay.
part I did it like uh, custom. So I create myself an only public result and a full result. And this is created by scaffolding. You see that, okay, details from scaffolding, create is from scaffolding, edit is scaffolding. Everything is
Okay.
from scaffolding. But the
Okay.
only thing that I did was to change the actual scaffolding to pass my view models. So instead of using the all the data that was inside of my post, I just put the necessary data that I need. So I need only my title, I need the content, I need when it has been posted or when it's going to be posted the post,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
those three I just created in my view model. Only the necessary data that I need, I put it in my view model, and then I here I use it. So I create a new post, which is the actual model. Then I fill the data created on, so now, and update on now. Then I pass the title, the content, uh, and all the data necessary to create the post, and then I add the post and say changes, and that's it. So
No, but
here you might
just a minute. What you create for this three?
I create a view model instead of having the whole post inside and just referentiate like the post model. Here I modify this method. I
Okay.
modify the scaffolding.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of having post here, my post model, I created a view model,
Mm-hmm.
name it create post view model, where
Okay.
I just need the necessary fields that I'm going to use, which are title, content, and post on. And then I just also bind those fields here, title, content, and post on, just that, and then use it to create my post. Because
Okay.
when you do the scaffolding, it's going to pass everything. It's going to
Yeah.
pass
Exactly.
created on, updated on, it's going to pass everything. So instead of
Exactly.
having that, you just need to pass the necessary information that you need.
Okay. So
Ricardo?
And
you cannot
I'm
just
sorry.
modify that one.
huh?
You cannot just modify the existing one.
Okay, if I modify the existing one, it's like, okay, the last time I recommend, I advise you to, instead of having directly the models referentiating these action methods, you might need to create view models because it's a better way to implement your applications in ASP.NET MVC. That's why instead of just having the model, which is not quite secure, let's say nobody wants to expose the database directly or things like that. So instead of having that, we create our view models, and it's something that is recommended to use. Only for that reason I put it
And
that.
you do any redirection here or not the same?
Yes, the redirection is here when we finish the creation of the post, we go back to the list, which is in index view.
Okay.
Yes, this is by default in your scaffolding. So everything is like the same. The only thing that changed was the list of parameters that I would like to bind to my model. I changed the model to a view model, and I just customize this part in order to pass the data that I need inside my object model and then save it into the database. That's it.
Okay, and the best practice to create a new folder as for the view models in general.
Yes.
Yeah, you put the view models not inside the models, inside
Yes,
the view models.
just to separate just the folder, I create view models. Other in other project structures, uh, other implementations, uh, people put the view models and the models inside one folder.
Okay.
Yes.
So which one the best?
Yes, it's just you choose what will be the best. In here,
Okay.
it's not nothing. It's not a problem. Just okay. Maybe I would like to separate the view models with the models, so I will put it in another folder. For me, the best practice will be to have my view model, okay, a separated folder view model with actually the view models that I need to use, and other with the models. And even for me, this is just like the template from Visual Studio, and maybe everything needs to be in a separate project, even not the same project, but only for educational purposes. Everything is inside here because it's the way that the template on Visual Studio works. But a better way just to separate things should be like the models should be in the model should be in another project, and then you just differentiate the models from another project. But here is just because the template is like this.
Okay.
So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. No other question for that.
I have a question.
Can I
No,
show
enough
mine?
for
Yeah.
me.
Yes.
Enough.
Okay, it's enough for you. Okay, that's good.
Okay. Can I show mine or someone else?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, just can I please ask one question because it's
Oh, go
about
ahead.
the same thing? Could we
Okay.
just
Yes.
use hidden inputs to pass values, for example, date time now in hidden input, so it doesn't show there, but it passes value to this create method?
Yes, I didn't use. I won't recommend for this particular case in hidden input values, because let's say that you're creating a post. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you go to the view to create the post, and you already put your hidden value with the created on, let's say,
Yeah.
inside. Okay, and maybe you go take a coffee or something like that, and you go 30 minutes after just finish the creation. So your created on is going to be like 30 minutes before you do the creation, actually, right?
Oh, okay, I understand.
Yes, it's better to if you don't have something that you need to pull from the user interface, it's better to have it inside the controller instead of the user interface, because this kind of fields, control fields or maintenance fields, you might put it inside the controller instead of the view.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, also, this is what I did. I for the comments, I did input hide
Yes.
hidden for
Yeah.
the actually post ID, and pass it there directly in the bind. I bind that for the post ID, but from the hidden input. So it's not the best practice. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, it's going to be like 30 minutes, 1 hour. I don't know. The difference will be just that. Here is just okay in the moment that you actually create. Okay, I capture that data now.
Is it also possible to be without this separate view model, but just to put, for example, post creation on before
Yes.
model state is valid? For example, to set create it on datetime
Yes.
now before we verify if state a model is valid.
Okay, before verifying the model state is valid. Yes, because here is like microseconds. If you, yes, it's something that you can put it like before, because this validation is only the model that you post. Let's say here, create post view model has to be verified, and this is the validation that enforced for that view model. But if you wanted to just have like a variable before daytime, current date or something like that, and then put daytime now, it's not a problem, because the operation is really microseconds. It's something that is instantaneous. Is yes, and then you just put inside here DT current date or something like that, just to reuse. But yes, it's not a problem. I think it's because it's not going to be verified, but model state is valid. It's something that you just initialize variables and things like that, and then use it afterwards. So it's not.
And the last question, because I'm using ASP.NET Core to do this project, and when we create database, it's a little bit different, right? I read in documentation how to create database in Core.
Yes.
Do I have to export something in this case or no? Because I don't have this MDF, I guess, file that you have.
But the thing is, in Entity Framework, you can like define when you define the web config for the project. Sorry.
For me, it's JSON file.
Okay. Yes, it's a JSON file. Yes. Or maybe you can script the database and put it into a SQL script.
Okay, because it's
It good.
JSON for me.
Yes, it will be good that when you have actually your database, you can script the database. I don't know here if this tool script the database. I think so. Yes, I never script from here.
Yeah, because I have noticed a Server Explorer, but it's a SQL Server Object Explorer.
Okay.
And that's I see by database.
Yes, you may script because there are just few tables and you script them, but or maybe you can take a sort of backup of your database and put it inside. It will be that good too. Maybe it will be even better to have the backup of your database, because I will able to restore the backup and then check if everything is fine in your project. But yes, you can do a backup, compressed backup for your database. It's not going to take like more than 10 megabytes or something like that, because it's just
okay, and I put inside of the project folder.
Yes, inside the project, just the backup. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. I think there was another question.
Hello?
Yes.
I have a question about the partial view. Can you run your blog application?
Yes.
And enter the post details page.
Okay. Post details page. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if I go blog views post details.
Yeah. Yes. According
Yes.
to my understanding about the application,
Yes.
I think after the details information, we should have a partial view about the commands related to the posts. And
Yes.
we should have a partial view for the regular user to add some new commands. So there should be two partial views in the details page. I don't know how to transfer the commands information to this view.
Okay. The thing is that in this project, maybe I mentioned partial views in the last class, maybe for the exam, but here partial views. Okay, the partial
Yes,
views.
the new
Comment.
command. Yes, maybe
Yes.
it's
The new comment is like something that okay. I will just show you how it works.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, new comment. So here, new comment. So, okay. Yes. The only thing is that here you see that this is the full post is where I present all the posts, all the information of a particular post, one post. Okay, full post is one post. Okay, if I get one post, I show the title, I show the raw content inside, I show who actually posts the post, and yes, with formatted with this. And then what I did was that, okay, I would like to show the comments, the list of comments. So here I check if the comments are not null, and then pass over the comments and just show the comments that are actually published. That one is okay. And then here I need to verify that I am authenticated, okay? Yes, I put authenticated. If user identity is authenticated and able to see the comments. No, I able to see the form to submit new comments. This is the form to submit new comments. So here I just check if I am authenticated and allowed to submit new comments. Okay. So I added here, and how I manage this is, okay, I create a view model with the necessary information to do the submission, and I know that from that view model I need to pass some initial information. So the initial information that I pass is actually what is the post ID for that comment. So I pass the post ID already. So when I pass the post ID, when I go to the new comment partial view, and then I will be able to post the comment related to that particular post ID. You can see it here, hidden for post ID.
Yes.
I'm able to submit that value because I pass it before to my view model. Add comment view model, I pass the post ID value.
Okay.
So, and then I will be able to add a new comment.
Oh, can you show me the command view model?
Okay,
add.
the add comment view model. Add comment view model. So the add comment view model is pretty simple. I only have my
Okay.
post ID. I have the content that I would like to send. And just verifying that the comment must be required. So that's it. Only those values.
And when the submit button press, then the information go where? Which
Yes.
post method?
Yes. This post method, as you can see, it differentiates the add action to the comments controller. So if I go to the comments controller here, comments controller, I implement an add action, which is this one, add, and pass the view model and everything. So like that.
The information is from the view model, command view model.
Add comment view model, yes, because add comment view model only has my post ID and my content, and from here I'm able to capture that. I already know in my context what is my user, so I get the full name, and from there I just save the comment. I add the new comment, and then I pass it to another view just to show the confirmation page that I actually add the comment.
Okay, I understand the process. Thank you.
Yes.
So I have here one thing. I was thinking with partial view, but I didn't do it. I kept it one view actually, but I changed it to view model, where there is the post and list of comments actually.
Yes.
Is it okay with that, with this implementation?
You can yes. It's only your choice. It's your choice. Let's say I create a partial view, but okay, for me here I create the partial view into this full post because it was even clear that if I would like to just post or send the information necessary to add a comment, I don't need just the big view just to send everything. And so I create just a partial view to just separate that. But even with that, I think
I thought that because we need post ID, so I create view model where that in this view model there is post and list of comments there, and this is what I pass it there, and I keep everything in one view. Let's say view, view.
Yes.
For that view model.
If that works for you, for me it's not a problem because it's your own implementation. For me, I will accept that submission. It's not something that, okay, you didn't do partial views in that case, okay, I won't consider. Not, I will consider everything as long as it works, and it will show me that you actually did the work. Even you can even interchangeably, instead of using this partial, I will put like, okay, all these
exactly
inside, sorry, full post. So for me, it's like, okay, if you don't know how to manage the partial views, you can do that way too. But a better way just to separate things is more clear here. Just you have a small view here, the full post, and you are able to use partial views and everything to just make it work. So it's
and actually, just last question, I'm still confused about it a little bit. It's when we pass the let's say the values from the view to the action, yeah. So here for the comments, for example, yeah.
Here.
How you get all this to the action, all the views for, especially here, because we are from the views we are passing the content itself, I think, and the post ID, right? So when it goes to the action, how to, let's say, get this value there?
Okay. Actually, here I pass the post ID, as you can see, because it's inside my model for the full post, and pass it
This
to
is for the partial view.
Yes, for the partial view. And inside the partial view, let's say the how I manage to pass all the information, I create actually a hidden element, post ID. So this is going to be sent. Yes, this is going to be sent within the post. When I do post, it's going to be sent this post ID. So I will be able to do it like that way.
Yeah, and then after this, the step after, it goes to the action.
Is go to add comments, so it's going to be to the action add in the comments controller.
Yeah, so
and
if we
here,
go to the add,
it's going to be passed by default with the HTTP
so
post.
this is by default. She will has the post ID and content.
Yes, it's going to be everything inside.
Without bind anything. We don't
Without bind, because bind is code generated from the template, the scaffolding, but you don't need the bind. Essentially, you don't need the bind. It's going to bind by itself. Automatically.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yes. So somebody else was having some questions about it, about the project?
Yeah, I'm just having basic issues.
Yes.
Can I share?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Where did it go? Did I run it? I stopped it. Okay, do you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is my post. My question or more dilemma is more like when this is without logging in. Okay. I click on the link here, right?
Yes.
Now I know how to do the minimum, so that's good. And this, so when I go here, it's asking me to log in to look at it, correct?
Okay.
So that's fine. When I log in, it tells me the details of that post.
Okay.
Now, when I go back to home, okay, so that's fine. Sorry. When I go, okay, I'm gonna go here and I'm trying to add a comment. Okay.
Okay.
I go add comment, and I haven't done this part. Now I just know how to do it because you showed it to us a little bit. When I go to back to list, oh, this works now. Okay, wait. When I go log off, okay, so when I do log off, it goes back to the
okay, the home controller.
Yeah.
You might need to adjust your routing first.
Yeah, my routing. Okay, yeah. So it's a bit
routing,
confusing. So let me just
and
stop
also
this.
the layout.
And the layout. Okay.
The routing and the layout.
Okay, so I go into the routing, right?
Yes, it's on app start. Yes.
Yeah, app start, routing, right?
Route config. Yes, route config.
Okay. So this is what I have. So I have
okay,
post.
you already changed it. Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. And then you go to the layout.
Yeah.
Layout CSHTML in share folder.
Layout
yes.
here, right?
Yes.
So
and then you have index post, which is good. Home index post. That's good. Okay, if you go back to your application.
I stopped it. Let me run it.
I think the things with redirection when you log in.
The redirection.
Yes, because the scaffolding, so I think.
Yeah, inside the.
In order just to make sure that
if I just go login.
Login, yes.
So this is login. So that's fine. And if I do log off, see even when I now when I did login, it went back here.
Huh. Okay.
So like it's so confusing. It's so like in a loop type of thing. I don't know how.
Yes, let me check, because maybe we need another thing on the routing too. Maybe you might need what I actually did. I create like no, I
See,
actually
when I looked at your recordings, right?
Yes.
Did you have two different page and both pointing to same thing or something like that? That's what it looked like, as if you had like two pages, but one called home and the other one. Because you see, so right now I'm looking at only home, right? Even though I'm logged in, right? If I log in as if I go log off, okay, and say log in, and I log in as admin, okay?
Yes.
Go log in. Now I'm as an admin. So now I have post and comments, right? That's what you wanted?
Yes.
Okay. But yet it goes back to the default index, right?
Yes.
Which it says home, right? And it's default index. And when I go home, now I have my full so my whole redirection as an admin. So as an admin, for my admin is different, and for as a user is different. By the way, this is I did it through scaffolding. I still have to do the link. Well, I don't know if I need it to do for admin. For admin, I don't really care, right? Once I do into add, correct?
Yes, but
for admin,
yes, I remember something that I did. I rewrite home controller too. I can show
rewrote
you
the
that.
home control, right? So you have two different pages, right?
Yes, I rewrite home controller. I will show you what is that about. Yes, I think maybe I encountered the same problem, but I don't remember how I fix it. So I will show you just how it's done actually. Let me just adjust this. Okay. Okay. What is this? Oh.
Because one is this, and the other one is this. And I don't know which one is, because they're both, see, it says home, right? And I log in and I go to home, and this says not home. This is like, this is the index.
Yes. Yes. I will share my screen instead.
Let me stop.
And you will get the idea.
But you couldn't see the problem, right? On
yes,
on my.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. The thing is, this I actually changed the home controller. You know that the home
1
controller
second, I
comes
don't
with
see
about and
your,
things like
1
that.
second.
But yes.
Are you sharing
When,
your screen?
yes.
Oh, wait.
Wait. Do you are you able to see it? I don't
Yeah,
think so.
maybe 1 second.
No.
Okay. Okay. I will share it again. The stock. Okay. Are you able to see it? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is that I actually changed the home controller. You did the change for the routing.
Yes.
Okay. So you did this, and even just leave it home as it was,
Mm-hmm.
just like that, and instead just changing the here for post. What I did actually was to override the home controller. So in the home controller, instead of having the default home controller with the index view, I just referentiate the post controller, okay?
Oh,
And I pass the post control, the control for the post controller, I pass it here, and then
you're doing only
call
public.
call my call my call my action from the home controller. So I
Oh my
reuse
God.
the post controller instead of using the home controller. I didn't want it to just repeat the code. I just redirect the control. So I put the control of the post controller inside the home controller in order to reuse my action methods from the post controller. So I was able to use the only public method that I define, because in here I define only public and I define other methods. So only public is in only public I show all the posts, okay, all the posts for everyone. So in the home controller I just reuse that. I call my post controller from the home controller in order to have the same outcome from the home controller. So whenever I click on home, I'm going actually to the home controller, but because I'm referentiate the post controller, I land on the only public action method for the post controller. I could do it differently, but I don't actually remember why. This is just for reusing the code that I put, but you can also use it this way in your application. If not, it's going to be like, okay, I need to think about it, how can solve it, but instead you can use this, and it should be good. Uh, it's going to always land into the post controller only public action method.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what you actually pass is simple. You need to pass the controller context request context, which represent the request, the actual request, and then you pass the controller that you instantiate, so the post controller, and then you go and call the current action method, and you just show the information. This is going to do exactly as you were on the post controller. That's it. Yes, here I define only public and full because these are different like presentations, I will say, of the post, because when you see the only public, you only see uh, all the list of posts, but just not the full post. It's like a list, but not full post. And then the full is only for one particular post that I show everything. I show the HTML markup and everything, and also the comments. You are able to see here, let's say for the post, for the full post, that I put the include comments in order to have all the comments. Because if I don't include that, if I don't put include comments, what will happen is that because this is doing lazy loading is not going to show any comment at all.
But why you are doing order by descending? Because this return
Because
only it's return only one post.
in this order by descending is for the comments.
Yeah, but
no, it's okay.
You're
Okay,
returning
okay.
only one post. Why you're doing
okay.
order?
Let me just check that out. Include comments where okay. No, okay. Yes, I only have one idea of comment. Maybe because I copied from here. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Yes, maybe because I copied from here. I don't need this because I'm only showing one comment for that. Yes.
Yeah.
It's only the comment, the post from this ID. Yes.
And in the post definition, we have a publish date, but we don't have any Boolean flag like is published or something. So when we are creating a new post, it's already published. That means we cannot delay the publication date.
Okay. Yes. Let me go to the model, which was post. Okay. Yes. Yes. The way that I manage that is if you don't have any publication date, if it's empty, is that okay? It's not published.
Okay.
That's why it's like daytime post on like a nullable. So if you remove the post on, is okay. It's not published.
If we have any date,
Yes.
that means it's published.
Yes, it's published. Yes. I could do it differently because maybe you want to just start from a publication date. Let's say, okay, I'm preparing this post. I post it, but I would like to publish it from here 1 week. Okay, 1 week from here. So the next week. So I might be able to like, okay, I put the publication date for next week, and it's going to appear from the next week. That will be a better logic, but just now.
But you don't have this logic in the
No,
index page.
we don't have that logic. I just mentioned it, but when whatever publication date you want to put is okay for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Then choose.
As long as you have a publication date, obviously. Yes.
And is there any what is the difference between the in your view? Is there any difference code because of this for the?
No, the only thing is that I check if it's published. Let me just check on the post controller. I just add this thing. If you have a value, so if you publish, show the post. That's the difference.
Yeah, no, that we understood. If it has the value, then do it. Otherwise, I'm talking about in the views. What is the difference?
Okay, in the views, when you go, let's say only public.
Not because of this. The whole
Okay,
what
if
you
there
were
is
showing
any
me before,
difference,
yeah.
Because every post that you see in the web page has that post on. That you see in the public section when I just list all these publications. Always they will come with a publication date, like in this case, this date. So only you will show the posts that have a publication date. That's it.
But
So
when we have,
it's not going to be a difference. It's not going to be a difference in this case, because here I don't show the posts that don't have a publication date. So it's not a difference. You mentioned, okay, what if we don't have a publication date? So it won't appear here.
No, I was talking about the partial and the full. Sorry, only public and only. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about the particular date and this and that.
Yes.
My previous problem.
Yes. Yes, the thing is that you mean the only public. What will happen if I have post on null? Or what was actually
Understood that problem. I understood that problem. Yeah, this is fine.
Okay.
Go if you go to your okay. You know how I asked you my previous question? How? Oh my God, I'm lost now. Go to your code. You know how
Yes.
you were showing me before?
Yes.
Not this. This is fine. Okay, yeah. You see how you have only public and full?
Yes. Yes, only public.
For the I think for the comments. Was it for the comments? Oh my God. Your view is yeah.
The comments I actually show the sorry, I no.
Because you have full and partial, not partial, only public and only.
Yes, I showed
okay,
this.
Yeah, that.
I show this. Yes.
So this is for the new comment. Okay.
New comment.
And for the post only.
Yes.
That's for the post only. Okay.
Yes, post only.
It has login partial. Okay, that's fine also. Okay.
A quick question.
Yes.
The public user will see the comments or no?
Okay. In the public views.
Yeah, public view.
In the main
let's say
part,
unauthenticated user.
Yes. In here.
Yeah. Can you click?
You will see the.
You will see
I
this.
think you see the comments. You see the comments, but you are not able to add comments.
Okay. So if right now you click here,
I click here,
you
and
can
then
see the comments.
Yes, here I don't have comments in this one, but maybe another one. But I should be able to see the comments. Oh, here another that I don't have comments.
I think down.
This one I think yes, I have comments. I must see the comments from here. You see, test.
Okay. So nice. Yeah, just I'm asking to know how to implement it. Okay. So
yes,
yeah.
The only thing that you don't see is the form.
Yeah, let's say the form to post a comment.
Post a comment. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes. So okay, where were we? Sorry. Okay, I show you this, and then this is just one particular. I will say post in the only public. In the only public, I pass over all the posts, and because I don't want to repeat, I just put it into a partial view, and inside the partial view, I put my link. Okay, let's go to the full action for this post, and then show me the title, the content, just cut at 200 characters, and then post by. Yes, because this will always be like with a value, because in the public only we only show posts that have post on with a value. So you there is a question about it. Is it clear? Yes. Okay. Okay, so
yeah, sorry, I was muted. Sorry about
yes,
that.
okay. So you tell me there is any other question about the project, the assignment, I will say. Is it clear?
Yes. So if we want the post to be published, we just add the publish date in a edit mode.
Yes. It will be published day, and you should be good. If you just remove the publish date, so it's going to be like nullable, so no longer publish.
Okay.
Or when you just create and you don't put anything on publish date, so it's going to be like not published yet. So, other question? Anyone that has some questions about the project now? All is good. We can continue. Okay. Okay. So, so what about the timing for you guys on the project? How do you feel that the timing is good, or tomorrow is going to be also an exam? So what about the timing for the project and everything? So
I
For
would
project was good, but for exam, no. For exam, the project was a little bit complicated. Please take the exam easier.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
just expect that.
This is
Okay,
my
just
concern.
to be easier. Okay.
This is my concern, actually. Yeah, let's say I did the assignment, most of that, but I took a lot of time because I'm learning.
Yes.
So if
At the beginning, yes.
you will give me kind of this tomorrow for the exam, I will not finish it for sure because
We need
because
2-3 days.
yeah I still, because I'm still learning, and hardly, because I find everything confusing.
Yes,
But
I
yeah,
understand. I understand.
somehow within the weekend, yeah, I found, let's say, learn the things, how I have to do all this. So
Yes.
somehow I did the assignment, but to tell me a project with time limit, it's I don't know. It's not easy.
Okay, I understand. I understand because maybe um, for the yes, for the exam, I thought because in the course outline, we have like cover Ajax for today and for the last session, and we didn't cover Ajax at all. So, and I wanted to put it into the exam too, so you don't have much time to just learn it and then apply it. So yes, it will be difficult for you just to consider that part in the project, but I think the project is the exam is going to be easier if you do actually the this project, or if you advance this project. I think you should have like everything in place for the exam, because mostly what will I cover for the exam would be okay, adjust the scaffolding to use view models, let's say, and maybe today I'm going to do like not only having a list, maybe we will have like a search in a list. So we have a list actually now, but we may implement like a search, like a text box with a button with search to find, like, say, items or things like that inside the list, instead of having only the actual list that comes from the scaffolding. So that I will strongly recommend you to review because that will be appearing in the exam. But after that, I think we won't cover Ajax or anything about it. But at least having that is going to be good for your exam. So you have, maybe you adjust the scaffolding, you put a search, and then finish with the edit or create, and it will be okay for you for the exam. I don't think that you will have much problem of that. And also, if you practice, let's say, the file submission, save it into the database, you remember that I sent to you a project for the students. So that will be covered also in the exam. So I can even show you what would it look like, the exam, if you want it. But
Yeah, sure.
okay. So to give you an idea, it's not the blog, obviously, because the blog is like too much for the exam. But yes, I can show you just to maybe you can try to do it on your own, and obviously we won't cover other things, because in the exam, originally I would like to cover, like, okay, sorting, paging, things like that, but we won't cover those things. At least sorted with paging, but the search part, yes, the search part, I think we need to cover, and we can actually do an example today. But sorting and paging, um, so you see you can see my screen. I will share my screen, I think. Okay. This is actually the program that I would like you to make. In this case, I did like pagination, but we won't do it for the exam. So this is an application home inventory that, okay, you trying to record all the items that you have in your household, and maybe um, put some information. Okay, where do I find those items? Maybe you have memory problems or things like that. Okay, I don't find that particular thing in my home. Where is it? So you maybe register in this application, and then you also have like uh, some information like the purchase info. You see that this purchase info has a particular format like this, but I already mentioned that you can use either partial views to do this, or you can use like the editor for that I already give you examples. But for me, is is good only to have partial views. Partial views is going to do this job. Like, you put all this user interface inside a partial view and should be okay for you, because this exact information you're going to add it into the details view. So you're going to reuse this partial view here and in the list. Okay. Also, this you can have like a search. So if I search for boat, you will find just the item of boat. If you remove this and then search, you're going to have everything. Here this has pagination, but you won't do the pagination. And you just need to adjust the scaffolding in order to use like the the view models that you're going to create, and also to adjust for the photo. In order to upload the photo is going to be saved into the database, and that's it. So it's because this project was a little bit more complex. Okay, this has like a sorting. You can sort by description. Here you can sort by location. Click. You can sort by serial number. So I would like to add the sorting just to make it more interesting for you, more fun. But
it's not
I
as
don't know.
interesting. It is stressful.
A little bit more stressful, I will say. But anyways, I will show you how to do the sorting now and how to do the search. And for me, the main parts of this project will be, okay, use partial views, do the search, adjust the view models, and make it work with the photo. So it's going to be the exam eventually. Yes. There is not gonna be like identity models or things like that, so you don't need to save, okay, what was the actual user that add this item. No, it's going to be too much. It's only that. So what do you think about the exam?
We'll see tomorrow.
Well, you will
you
show us
do the
the
exam
sorting
now?
part, right? So, or search part, so.
The search part, yes. We are
Or
going
the
to do
sort.
an example of search.
Okay.
With the students, actually, and then you should be able to do the search yourselves. Is even in the search, for me, is more easier to do it like with partial views too. So I will adjust the code for the MVC registration students that I posted before, and that we are going to just implement the search, so you should be able to do it in your application at the exam. Or if you want me to add the pagination and the sorting, no.
If you do the examples, it's okay. But without examples, no.
The simpler the
Yes,
better.
yes. But anyways, I will cover those parts, but I won't put it in the exam. But at least you should be able to have it for the next exam. So and even I will explain everything with that. So okay. So any other question about the assignment or the exam? It's pretty good. Everything is fine.
And can you show us one more time how do you add details on the exam?
Details. Okay. Okay. The details was. Let me just check. Tap, tap, tap.
That's scaffolding, no? I mean, scaffolding.
No,
Scaffolding, right?
yes, no. The scaffolding, you will only have things like it's going to list all the values, but just to have the details, you need to adjust the scaffolding just to create your own partial view and put all the information in it. So it's already an example that already posted before. I will show you like this MVC partial view result demo that I create before. Um, I actually shared to you. I think I made it public. If you find it somehow in the the repository. I made it public. If not, I will publish it. So if I run this project, yes, it's just to know how to use partial views in your project. It's something that in a regular project you should use like extensively, partial views. So I will wait for the to show you where it's actually implemented or where you can find it in here. Yes, in a project, you should be able to customize almost everything in your project. The scaffolding, it helps just not to write everything from scratch, but afterwards you need to adjust everything in your project. Sometimes I will say in many projects, okay, I prefer doing everything by myself from scratch instead of having templates, but in these small projects, it's okay just to use the templates. So it's taking time. Takes time.
So in the views,
yes,
it's all HTML helpers, right?
Yes, all HTML helpers, and you referentiate your models with the. Let's say here, if I have this one, you share your models. You can referentiate the models like this. Add model, and you use the model for that view. That's it. You don't did nothing. You don't need anything else.
This is the display list. So you have the display name and then the display of the actual information, the description.
The description. So in here, it's not running, but this is something pretty similar of the thing that you will find in your exam. So this actually shows maybe it's not bold, but I think it's pretty much the same thing that is going to be in the exam. You see here something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Door number, city, state, PIN
Yes.
number. So it's pretty much similar to the one that you will find in the exam. So here it was implemented in the list. So this is, sorry, this is, if I go to the index view, okay, the index view is the list. So in here, I have this partial view.
Right.
HTML partial with all the data, so you pass the model. But the model is a complex model because it has CT and other stuff in it.
Right.
So when you implement your partial view, you referentiate that model, which is this customer address model, and then you put all the information like this.
And all that information goes into the cell of the table.
Yes, it's going to be into the table because you use a partial view inside the table, inside this table.
Okay.
And also when you go to details in here, you may be able to see that here you have the
yeah, you're also using the partial view here.
Yes, in the partial view. So it's exactly the same as you will encounter in the exam. Only with different values or different things. So
okay.
So it's not difficult just to implement this kind of partial views inside your list and inside your details. So it's going to be easy, I think. So maybe we will need a break now, and we'll come back at 12 and finish with the search. And if we have time, I will put the pagination and the sorting, but not the exam. Okay. 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 So see you at 12. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Close this. Yes. Okay. So we will wait a few minutes. Everyone's in here, I think so. So we can start again. We'll close this. Okay. I will try to run this application first, and then I will share it. Because it takes time just to run applications that are shared. Okay. Okay, we'll share instead. Share my screen. Okay, so I'm actually trying to run the application that I share, the MVC student registration that I share already. We're going to add like a search somehow here, just to share by the name. It will be an enhancement to this student registration. So how do we proceed? First, we need to go to the index view. Somehow we need to change this to add the search. So what I'm going to do is I will put it just below here, and I will create like a div. And then I'm going to from here we're going to have like a a form that does the submission. So it's going to be like a text box and a button to do the submission. So for that, we're going to use the HTML dot begin form and then pass the index controller, no, the index action, then the what is actually this controller? I think it's a students, and then it's going to be a post. Inside here, we need to put the user interface to do the submission of the search. So I'm going to put like a div inside and then up div inside, and then I'm going to put input, which is going to be the HTML element. So from there, the name, and then it's going to be the element is going to be search string, type text, which is a text box, and that's it. That's the text box. Then I need to add the In here, I'm going to put like an input group. Add input group add-on. It was just like that. Okay, this is the text box, and then I'm going to add a button inside. So it's going to be a button. And it's going to be submit. We will do the submission. And what else we will do? Oh, sorry. So, so what we're going to just refresh the page. Okay. So this, the button actually need to put some more information to that button. Let's say search or something. Then the button is so small. This is just user interface. So maybe I could. Nice. Okay. So while it's actually doing that, many that's weird. Maybe just a button with text search will do the trick. Okay. So we will have like search. So in here, I just need to put the student name and then I will search for the student. So, so what I actually code in this is the submission form for the search. In here, I have the index, which is going to be our index action, but I need to adjust the index action to consider this search string. So how can I do it? Like in the controller, you see that by default, the index action has no parameters inside. So I will need to add my parameter, which is this search string. So in here, I can say string, search string. And from here, what can I do is just to adjust to aware student with a lambda expression dot name starts with, or maybe contains. I could do the value that I passed into my form search. And then I'm going to do like a to list. So, so in here, yes, when we pass a value inside the text box, it's going to be captured here as a parameter, and then I'm going just to filter all the students that contains that string, and then I'm going to put it into a list, and the filter will be good. So I'm going to restart this application. I will build the application again. I will start into maybe in Edge. So that's default. Browse.
Is it a parameter for this action should be like optional?
Yes. But I think with a string we can even configure like optional. Uh, but
yeah,
string
as a string, it will
allows
work fine.
null values. So
Okay.
if we don't ever pass anything in here, it's going to be by default null. Okay. And in that case, we need to just verify if it's null. Yes, you are right.
Yeah,
here,
but if it's null, he will look to the null.
If it's null, if it's not null, we may do this. If not, we just show everything. So here I think H. I will rebuild it just in case, and then go to debug. No, go to debug. Yes. Debug. Oh, sorry. This. The default browser. Hopefully it will be much more quicker than Chrome. Takes time. we only need to specify inside the submission form only the parameters or values that we just need to pass to this action method in order to do the submission. We don't need to put everything inside this form, because this is going to request information, but then when we are in the controller level, we are going to just render the view, the entire view. Depends on what we pass, but it's going to be always the entire view. So in here, if I go like John, okay, John, search, it only filters John, as you can see. Okay, but you can see that, okay, John is there, but the filter didn't keep actually the John in this text box. So we may have a problem with that. But we can just have a workaround just to have like the name already when we do the search, just to keep the name in here. So, or the last criteria that we put in the search. So in order to do that, we may use here I'm going to put bar students just to have it inside okay. First, what I'm going to do is, if we want to keep something, let's say like to be shared into the view, we can use like the view back object. So here I can say like I can put a name to it. Maybe it would be a current filter, something like that. Equals search string. So if I want to use this, or you want to use here, I can put like value equals add viewback dot current filter, or search criteria will be a better name, maybe search criteria. Here and here search criteria. So if I stop this and rerun it, what will happen is that at the very beginning, search criteria has nothing, and the text box is not going to fill with anything. But then when we put the criteria and then go back to the form submission, this is going to have something. And from there, it's going to just re-render the criteria that I just passed for the submission. So in here, oh, I didn't run it. Okay, run. Has to be quicker. So the idea of just having this kind of filter is kind of simple. So you just need to add a submission form in your application, and and just having the filters inside the form, and then do the submission. And when you capture the filters in your controller, you should be able to use them. And that's it. So the search is pretty simple. I would like, yeah, okay. Here, let's say I put John and then do the search, and John stays, as you can see. If I put like Tom, something like that, search, so it's doing the search properly. This is for the search, so it was quite simple. And also,
can you put null, nothing, and try to search just to see?
Okay, this one, search.
Okay. Oh.
Yes. So what else? So in this case, you see that here when you didn't you weren't exposed at this HTML helper HTML begin form, but actually when you do the scaffolding, every time that we do like an edit, is going to generate an HTML begin form. And how is the parameters that are passed is first the action method, then there is a controller, then then is the method of submission. In this case, this is post, and then other parameters. So you can eventually have like here the post. You see that when you do a post, there is no parameter in the URL that is appended to the submission. But if you do a get, let's say if I do a get, I will refresh this first, and then I ask for John search, it's going to be appended into the URL as a query string. Sometimes this kind of usage of the this kind of usage of these kind of parameters is useful. Let's say that you want to bookmark the page, and come back later. So I can take this this URL and then rerun my application, and I will pass directly the parameters without doing any submission at all. So sometimes it's kind of useful. We do this search string. So directly, I will be able to just call the search by default by passing the parameter in the URL. So sometimes it's useful, you bookmark it and it's going to be like the query already executed when you land to the page. So sometimes you will use it and other times you don't, but it's always useful in depending on the requirements that you want to fulfill. So for the search, do you have any question? Is pretty much clear the way that is implemented? Yes? Okay, that was an easy one. So then I will try to adjust the code to have like sorting. So sorry. The sorting. So what do we need for the sorting? What do we need is here for every column that I have in here, I would like to sort ascendant and descendant. Here photo, you can sort a photo, obviously. So you may have only sorting for the name and the enrollment date. So in this case, I will add sorting for both fields. So how do we do the sorting? First, we will change the list in the user interface, and then we are going to explain how it's done for the controller part. So if I start with the user interface, I will add the sorting for name, let's say. Okay, so if I go to the index here, I need to add the sorting for this item. So the sorting is going to be implemented like links. When you click a link, it's going to show you an arrow up if it's ascending order and down descending order. So I will add a link, HTML action link. Okay, in this action link, I'm going to put like name, the text of the action link. Then I'm going to put the action is going to be always index, and then I will put the routes or the other criteria that I need for the sorting. So I'm going to create an object, an anonymous object, and I will create like something sort order equals name. Okay, then I'm going to put like sort direction equals viewback dot sort direction, and I'm going to verify if the sorting is if I don't pass any direction. So it's the first time that I click on the action link. In that case, I'm going to check if that viewback is null. If it is, I'm going to put it like in ascending order. If not, it's going to be like yes, if it's null, it's going to be ascending. If it's not, I need to check the actual value of the sort there. So if viewback dot sort there is equals to ascending, so if it was previously ascending, I will put it in a descending order. So it's going to be descending order. If it's not descending, so if this is descending order, I will need to change it to ascending order. It's like a toggle link. When I click on the arrow that is up, because it's already up, I need to put it in down. If it's already down, I need to put it up every time that I click on the link. And then I need to add like a filter. Filter, because this filter is going to be the current filter. What does it mean? The filter is if you have like, in this case, name is going to be our filter in this case. So in here, I have pretty much everything except of the arrow. So I don't have the arrow. So how can we implement the arrow? For that, I'm going to add a HTML helper to do the arrow. So in here, I will add in HTML extensions a helper for the arrow. So what is this? The helper. I can actually take it from the project. From this project, HTML extensions. I can take it from this. I'll put it here. So what this actually does is you pass a sort by something. What is the actual sorting, and then depending of the sorting, let's say you sort, like, let's say the name, okay, and there is no other sorting that you have done. The current sorting for you is going to be the name, and you check if the sorting that you, let's say you have the current sorting, which is the name, and you trying to do descending order because it was already ascending. So here is going to check, okay, if the current sorting the name, okay, if it's the name, so I will flip between the images of the arrow. So if it's ascending, I'm going to put it like an up arrow. If it's descending, I'm going to put a down arrow. But if I don't have the current like um, sorting, so if I am like enrollment date sorting now, and I'm trying to do the errors for the name, so I'm trying to click on the name. Here is not going to show anything when I render because I'm not actually in the current sorting. I'm not in the enrollment date sorting. I'm in the name sorting. So that's a little bit complicated, but we are going to see how it works after. So here I got this, so I need to add it into my index.html. So in here, get arrow. So it's going to be viewBag dot sort order. Then it's going to be name. Because we are in the name criteria, then it's going to be viewBag dot sort direction. Here I need to cast it because this complains about casting, so I need to cast into strings. Even it holds the string, so I need to cast it. So I have everything for the name. It's kind of complicated at the beginning, but after you will understand. So I can put the same thing for the enrollment date. Sort order enrollment date. So everything is almost the same. Get error. Here I need to put like enrollment date. And this is going to be enrollment date. So
I'm sorry. Could you configure your Visual Studio so the code will be wrapped and we could see all the code?
Okay. Do you want it just
because it's
shorter?
a bit difficult? So the code
just the word
will
wrap.
be, yeah.
Okay.
Advanced.
So, okay.
Yeah,
like
nice. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So here, what do we have? Okay, we have pretty much everything here. So the difficult part, it will be the controller. Not a problem with the controller. So I will need to check for the, here I need to fill the view back. No, first I need to add the parameters. So I add sort order and sort string, sort direction. So I will add both in here. Let's say here. String sort order. String sort dir. So I will add those and also filter. So in here, I'm going to provide those in my view bag just to keep it in the user interface. So view bag dot current filter equals current filter. Then I'm going to take the values for the sort order and sort direction. So here I will need to do like a switch for the, but at the beginning I'm going to do if sort direction if sort direction equals name, I will say, oh sorry, name. I need to modify, let's say, here. Okay, here I will have my students collection from the entity framework, and I will put this first. Students equals students where. So I just my query in this case. So what is complaining here? Okay. Okay, I will check that. Where search string? Okay, if I have something to search for, I will put it in here. I think it's something here. No. Students where name contains is good. What is actually doing? Canon implicitly convert iQueryable to dbset. Okay. So in here, what I'm going to do is, So I got the students. If I ever have like the search criteria, I will add the search criteria to my iCurable object in here. And then if I ever click on the name, I will just do the sorting. So by default, it's going to be like, so if, okay, the sorting, this is the direction, it's not the direction, it's instead the order. So the direction, I will put like, let me just recap in this one. Sort order to lower. If I put the direction in here, sorry. Sort order is okay. The only thing is the direction here. Okay. Okay. So by default, it's going to be like order ascending, but I need to check for the direction. If it's ever like descending, that I would like to change to descending. So I need to put students equals students dot order by descending. And here I'm going to just put this descending by name because I know that it's by name. This is going to change to students to list. Okay. So, okay, we have the sorting. The sorting order for is actually the name. Then the direction, if it's descending, okay, I'm going to sort it by descending order. So I need to specify this instruction to make the list to be sorted in descending order. And then at the end, is going to be apply the filter and also to be apply the sorting. And then I will show only my list with all the elements. When I do the to list, it's going to execute the query and is going to be pass the result to the view, and I'm going to show the view. But I need to verify something in here. In this index, get arrow current filter. So if I got current filter in here, so at the very beginning, if it's null, it's going to be ascending, and then the current filter is going to be the filter. The filter is going to be blank. Okay. 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 Maybe current filter I don't need it, for instance, at this moment, because it's not doing anything. Okay, so I will try to run this. I need to check if he's going to do the descending. So at the very beginning, the sort direction by default is going to be ascending. So and then here is going to present only the arrow that will be ascending or not. And then when I click on this action link, is going to pass the sort direction that will actually be ascending, and then it's not passing the sort. Okay, the sort order is going to be the name. So I'm going to apply the ascending order by the name and then the descending order and so on. So I will just run this. Okay, I need to verify first if it's null or not. Sorry. Because at the very beginning it didn't pass anything. So here, sort order. Maybe it's okay, different of null. Okay. Let me check. Okay. Okay, so I will try to run this. It always takes time. Okay, in here, I actually don't have the. Okay, I put it. Sorry, I put it in the content instead of putting in the header. So it has to be here instead. Yes, always. I always don't remember that. I just copy that, but I will put just directly item dot name, item dot enrollment date, short day string. So Here I will refresh this fine. So in here I have the action link, which actually pass sort order equals name, sort direction ascending. So if I click on this, actually that's nothing. Sorry. Okay. I will try to check this why it's not working properly. So here I have like the example. Items controller. So yes, I need to preserve the values in order to use them in the user interface, because here I'm using the view back in order to preserve those values. So in here I didn't preserve those values, so I will run it again. It won't change because every time that I'm going to execute this, like the view back, it doesn't have anything that is preserved from the previous query that I done. So I need to just change it that way in order to make it work. So I don't know why it's keep always translate page from then never translate. Okay, so here if I click on name, it's going to be like ascending and then descending, ascending and descending, as you can see. I can do the exact same thing for the enrollment date. I think I need to do some adjustments for enrollment date because here I have enrollment date, index, get arrow. It's almost exactly the same logic too. So I need to check if everything is in place in here. I think it's okay. The only thing that I need to add is here, something here. So I will change this eventually to a switch because it's better. Switch. Lowercase dot to lower. Then I'm going to just put for the name then for the enrollment date I'm going to put a break in here. Default. Or maybe case default, I don't know. Can remove this and copy this here. Enrollment date. So in here, what do we have is I change it to support enrollment date. So it's the same logic. only that if the name, if we request the descending order, so we change it to descending order on here. Maybe we need to adjust it also for descending. Let me check this. I think so. Else students equals to enforce descending order by name in ascending order. By default is by name in ascending order, but I just specifying just that. And here, if it's enrollment date, I will enforce that it's going to be by enrollment date ascending order. So if it's descending, I'm going to call order by descending. If it's ascending, it's going to be order by. And that's it. So I will build this and then run it. Okay, here, if I got the name, click, it's going to be ascending and then descending. Here is going to be ascending order and descending order. So it's an easy way to do the ascending and descending order. I can re-explain if you didn't understand quite what I was doing. Yes, there are two parts, the user interface and the controller. So I'm going to start with the user interface. Here in the user interface, I actually create like action links that represents the like URL. If you will see in this, if I go to the HTML source code, you will see that there is actually a link like this. You see ahref sort order name sort direction descending. So this, because I am in here, I'm student, I in the get method. So this is actually doing also like a get method because it's like a link passing some parameters to it. Sorry, here in the source code, it's like going to the students page and then passing the sort order parameter and the sort dir parameter. And then in the other case, for the enrollment date is the same thing. So I am passing the sort order for the enrollment date and the sort direction for the this enrollment date. So every time that I click on it, it's going to change the direction. If I am in descending order, if I click again, it's going to be back into the ascending order. If I am already descending, if I'm ascending, it's going to be descending like that. So you will see that if I click on here, it's going to be descending. If I click again, it's going to toggle to ascending order and so on. So this is made like this because you will see that this is a link and I check for the view back, the values that are inside the view back. And those values indicates how I can flip in between ascending and descending. And also I'm using a HTML helper that allows me to render the arrow. So as you can see, here we don't see the arrow, but here if I go view page source, you should be able to see the error, which is this one, span UR, which is the up arrow. So every time that I'm going to flip, it's going to show that element into the HTML. So it's going to be up arrow and down arrow. So that's how it's implemented, but I think it's something missing in this case. I think that the code that I just removed earlier with the current filter is that, let's say if I have this John here as a search criteria, and then I do search, then if I click on name, what will happen? I think it's going to show the whole list in ascending order. If I click on here, and it's not showing like already filtered with John. Maybe we have 10,000 elements and I just put the criteria and then I have like 100 elements, but when I do the sorting, it's going to come back to the 1,000 elements in my or 10,000 elements inside my list. That's not desirable for the behavior of this. So I will adjust it to consider to keep the criteria still in here and doing the sorting. So I need to adjust that. So in here, I think I will have something like a current filter equals view back dot current filter. And here also current filter equals view back current filter. So what is actually that I need to put in the current filter is actually the criteria that is exactly the criteria that I was going to. Okay, I don't know if I can reuse this search criteria instead, but actually I will, because it's almost the exact same thing. We'll try to see how I implement this in the past. Okay, search result. Okay, I see. Okay, I add like a new string current filter, and actually I modified it, the search string. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't need the search string or I can reuse the current field, or I can reuse the search string for that. Instead of having, so this search criteria, I will put it in here as current filter. So here I can put search criteria, view back, search criteria, just to preserve what is actually in the submission. So here I will have like search criteria, and then I will put search criteria. So everything is search criteria in here. And here I will have my view back. I already have view back search criteria with the string inside of it. So I will stop this, because the only function of that is that I create my action link, and I will need to pass the criteria that is already here, let's say, in order to, when we re-render the page, we will get that search criteria again back here. So I will be able to render with the appropriate filter in it. So I will run this. At the very beginning, everything is null, so I hope that there is no validation in here that I need to do. So, okay, at the very beginning, I will put like John. Maybe I will add another John. John, something like that. Enrollment day 3/3/2021. Oh, sorry, 3/3/2021.
This is not a John.
Huh? Yes. 3/2021. I will choose same photo, just that. Okay. So I will. Okay. Okay. I know what you mean. John. Save. Is that it? Yes. So here I will do John. We will do John search. So I will show the two Johns, John Smith and John Hook. And then I will do the still skipping that. So we'll check here first.
You're using the whole database instead of just reusing the list of Johns in the code.
Yes.
On top you have students where name contains. So instead of in line 34, 36, instead of using S name, you should just use students. You should just be using the
no,
students.
the thing is that here this search string is not quite correct, I will say, because when I think it's for the search string instead. Because yes, I put it like search criteria and search string.
In your switch cases, you're going back and doing a search over the whole database.
No, that's here is not the problem. The problem is instead that the search string is not being populated correctly. That's the problem. Maybe I need to change my search criteria instead and put it exactly the same name, search string, and passing into here better. Instead of having search criteria, I could change it here, the search criteria search string, and then also having search criteria here like a search string. Everywhere I'm going to put like search string instead, and that should work. Why? Because you will see, just a second, search string, search string, and here search string, so here, and then from here, search string is okay, here search string here. So here, okay, you need to stop first, and then recompile this build. You mentioned that I'm actually requesting the whole database and not the these students, as you can see, that say as queryable, it represents only the query that I will do in the entity framework. So whenever I have like a criteria that I pass, like John, in the search string, I'm going to append the actual query with this. So this student is another as queryable, but with this criteria, with this where, but it's not actually executing the where, it's only having the necessary request or instruction to do just the search. So when I got this is only the query, but the query is a complete query. It's not requesting all the students, it's only requesting the students.
That's for the search. But for the switch, you're not doing that.
You mean this one? Yeah. It's because this already has the criteria in it. This already has
you're reassigning the students.
Yes, I am reassigning because here, these students, because it is already updated, okay? This is going to update even with this order by descending. So we will see. I will run this. And we will take a look. So John, search. Until now we are okay. And here, if I click in this one, it's doing actually the ascending descending only for those, okay, only for this criteria. If you are able to see it. And why is that? Because this link, as you can see, if I don't know if you are able to see down in my screen, you see that there is a local logs 6236 slash exclamation question mark sort order equals name sort dir equal desk and ampersand search string John. So that fulfills all the parameters that I need in this index. that allows me to do the search. So here is going to be John, and because here it holds the as queryable like a simple one without any filter, I will say. With this code, because I put John in it, is going to affect this as queryable to add this where and assign it again to the you will say the same object, but it's not longer the same object. It's going to be another object. But this object is going to be like an as queryable, but having this criteria in it, this where in it. And then because this is already updated, when I do the ascending and descending part on this one, it's going to be like the already the updated student with the criteria in it, and I'm going to append like the order by descending and assign it again as an object. So at the end, it's going to consider everything inside, and just I'm going to do the list to list for the to list, and it's going to request all that information from the entity framework, and it will pass it to the view, and you will see the result. Is any question about this that you have any doubts or something? How it works in this part, in the controller? Is any question? Everything is fine? Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, so the only thing is in the view, you will see that I use the view back because I'm affecting this view back in order to use it into the view to just do the toggle. So if I have my sort direction already ascending, I will change it to descending order. If I have my sort direction to descending order, I will put it ascending order. If I don't have anything, I don't. I will put it as an ascending order. So, and here I'm only passing, okay, the criteria for the name and for the enrollment date here. So I will always check the current value, which is the sort order. This is the current value that I have, and this is the value configured for this particular link. So if ever matches, I will put the error in it. If it doesn't match, I will put nothing, because you see at the HTML helper, it will match between the actual value that I have configured already and the value that is used for the element that I'm working, so for the link that I'm working. So, and here I only check, okay, if it's ascending, okay, go and show the ascending order, the HTML element for the ascending order. If not, you show the down arrow. So something like that. Any question about this implementation on ascending descending order?
Just one thing. This is, we can say that this is reusable code, right?
Okay.
So
okay.
you can put it in any let's say sorting thing with changing the, let's say the models and all this, but somehow it's reusable, right?
Do you mean that this is not reusable?
No, it's reusable as it is, let's say.
As it is, could be reusable. So okay, it's not that reusable because here.
Yeah, sure. We have we have different, let's say,
filters.
Fields. Yeah, filters.
Okay.
The
if
naming,
you have
but
different
the
fields,
code itself somehow it's reusable.
Yes, but you don't have like 10 or 30 fields to just put in a list. You only may have only 5 max or 6 in a list. So it's not that hard to put just the criteria for 5 or 6, because max in a list you may present only 5 or 6 fields. You don't present everything, every single field. If you have a table with 30 fields, you don't present every single field in a list. And it's not meant to do it like in a web page. In a web page, it has to be light and short. So you just present the necessary information in the list, and it should be max 6 fields at the time, not 20 or 30.
Yeah, but what I meant, not only for how many, let's say, item in the list, but in general, it's reusable for any list to be for sorting.
Yes, obviously this is just like manual sorting that you do. Here is just manual, but there are other like components that do this stuff in a different way. So they are like implementations in let's say there are companies, soft artisans or other companies that create like rich grid views or something like that, that you just need to put everything inside the extension. So here in your index, you're going to have like not this that is manual. You will have only add HTML dot custom grid dot, and then you configure like many properties inside in order to just render the whole grid beautifully. So, but this is just kind of manual because we are going just straight to the HTML. So we are building like a table with the headers and everything. So I'm trying to show you how you can do it, and this is more like you can customize as much as you can and with an implementation like this. But if you have like a grid view that comes from a component that you buy it somehow from from a third party, so you might not get the access to just change easily like headers. You change it, but in a different way. But it's up to you. Here is just an example, but I can just easily search for components in ASP.NET MVC, and we'll find like only one helper that will do all the sorting automatically, and maybe has its own way of implementing ascending descending order and everything. So this is only manual. It's only for educational that you are able to just manage like this. But I know that the implementations are different. You can just choose whatever implementation you want to do it in your application. So if you have a simple application and you want just to do it manually like this, you have this option. If you don't want to program anything and just have like an HTML helper that does everything for you, just buy the third-party component, put in your application, your views, and just configure what are the parameters that they need. So it's like that. It's like that. So I'm
Okay,
not
thank you.
saying that this is extensible, but
But this is just for tomorrow for the exam.
Okay, no, you don't need to implement this for tomorrow. I will say the only thing that I asked was to add the search, which is simple for you, the search, I will say.
Yeah, the search was, yeah, it's okay.
Yes, if you wanted to just add this, is yes, you can add it. It will be, if you have time, as you can, as you said, as you said, is you have time. But no, I think you have plenty of time to just finish the whole exam on time.
Okay.
So I don't know what is your preference for the exam. Let's say we do like first hour to review things, and then we do the exam. What is your preference? In the past, how did you do?
Okay.
The exam.
Huh?
Then how long will we quiz? We have enough time. It's the best way to.
Yes, I will say that within 2 hours you may finish the exam, but I can give you more time. I think within 3 hours it's almost done for everyone, unless somebody tells me that it's not. So that was why I was asking. Okay, the first hour